All right, good evening, everyone. Time is 7:05 p.m. Thank you all for being here. We have quorum present now, and we'll call to order this City Council regular meeting. Everyone, please stand for invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. By heads, dear Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for all those that are here. Thank you for our city staff, our residents, our community members, and community partners. Thank you for this council. I ask you to bless us with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we continue to make decisions that would take care of our people and move our city forward. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you may proceed. We'll start off with some public comments and move into a couple of the reports and our public hearings. So let's start with, let's see, we don't have any white card items, so yellow card items, agenda item, public comments are on the yellow card. Comments will be taken from the audience on non-agenda and agenda items combined for length time not to exceed 5 minutes total per person on all items except for public hearing. Comments on public hearing items must be made when item comes before council and not to exceed 2 minutes per person. No action or discussion may be taken by council during the public comments on non-agenda items. To address city council, you must complete the yellow white card prior to and present to the city secretary prior to the beginning of the meeting. All right, Mr. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Robert Bataille, sometimes known as Robert Battle. This was a pretty darn gigantic agenda. This is why I think we should be doing these meetings during the daytime. About 9:30, you guys start to zone out, I've noticed. Plus, this whole crazy thing about I only get to talk for 5 minutes is ridiculous, too, because I'd like to talk about 10 to 15 items. Number A, Budget Committee. How come we only have the summary? I wanted to see the $400,000 community programs account and see if the mayor's ball, $25,000, had been taken out. All these committee reports, man, I was disappointed in those. I mean, seriously. A, 75% of the meetings are like secret meetings. You don't even want people to know you're having these meetings. Half of them aren't even filled. Some of these, like, they haven't met for 3 or 4 or 6 months. I mean, it's really ridiculous. And they're trying to ruin or rule, I think half of the Mainers being destroyed by some of these committees that they don't want the input. You guys live in subdivisions. Some of us live in houses that are older than all of your houses put together. James B. Maynard founded this city in 1850, and no one seems to respect that. We don't need you to give us a lecture on our history. Okay, public ordinance, 12.6 acres, medium commercial, item number 2. Oh, I get to talk on that. Never mind. I want to get to talk on that one too. Okay, let's talk about these consent reports. I don't see a cemetery report in here. Nora Sanchez is the person who's the sexton, caretaker of the cemetery. The cemetery is under attack, in case no one has noticed. Plus, there's hardly any room there. We need a map showing the graves and who's buried where. There, it's really amazing to me that me, a white guy, has helped show you where a black cemetery is, the 1906 Martin McVeigh Cemetery. And instead of giving me a proclamation, you guys are putting your head in the sand and trying to figure out, well, nobody's buried there. Does anybody in their right mind think there might not be a body buried next to a cemetery? I've shown you lily patches in a rectangle. I'd say that's pretty obvious. Okay, speaking of the Parks Committee too, why were we putting a sidewalk on Ring Road before we were putting a sidewalk on Lexington? Old Maynard, you put a bunch of roads all over. You didn't put one sidewalk in anywhere. You didn't fix a culvert. You didn't put a drain in, except I saw one finally. Okay, number 11, the hot funds. Those are supposed to be used to develop ongoing tourism. They're designed to reward the hotel owners by bringing people to stay overnight, not one day a year. You're asking for $70,000 of those. Why are we spending $15,500 for a sausage eating contest? I'd like to know. That's a great message for our citizens. Okay, the grant development services here on this 10 Texas Wildlife and Parks grant. How much are they getting out of that grant, if you don't mind telling us? Okay, we're having rezoning on the 12.62 acres there. That's in the regular agenda. Anything over 10 acres is commercial, is supposed to have a plaza. You guys know that. I've been telling you that for like 3 years. First reading on there's 2 lots being combined together. The woman wants to put like 2 townhomes on there glued together. It's ridiculous. Again, this is a historic district and we're not supposed to have townhomes anywhere in it. You guys actually are going to let them destroy the 104 East Towns landmark. That's a landmark. That's a Texas Prairie House. That's not something to tear down. We lost the barbershop because you guys let them tear that down. That should have been a museum. Now, there's about 10 things on here about bonds and borrowing money and studies and stuff. And I confess, I didn't really do homework. I had no idea I was going to be looking at this many. I was working on some other issues. I'm glad you guys are getting money. Some of that I'm going to learn more about. I submitted a FOIA request to find out why it is. To me, someone shouldn't get $875 a month for going to 3 meetings a year in some of those tiers. But I want you to know, as you know, I've been in favor of compensation for city council members. I just want to see them do more work and be more productive. That's all. It's a pleasure being here tonight. Thank you very much. And by the way, just because I criticize you doesn't mean I don't like you. And don't think you can't all improve. All of us can improve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. We're going to move on to some reports by Health Committee, and we want to do one from Parks. So, let's see. Mr. Gandalf, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
Thank you, sir. With
You're
your
welcome.
permission, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Gandalf Burris. I'm president of Grant Development Services. We are working right now on a master plan for Tenement Park. Oh, I can use that. I'm in control. Okay. If you'll take a quick look at that page, this is a good explanation of what we're doing and why. This is the only page in the comprehensive master plan, 58-page part. This is the only page that focuses solely on timber. It's only mentioned 13 times in there. 7 of those is when it's listed on charts. So there really was no deep analysis done, and it wasn't supposed to be done at this level. But as it says here, action point 9.9, prepare and update the Tenement Park master plan recommended in the city. It is recommended that the city update the master plan. The update process should include an opportunity for community input. We're going to be talking about that. Over here is what's the action plan. Again, this is from the city's own plan. After updating the master plan, the city should move forward with implementation of the improvements as funding becomes available, and funding is available. So what we are doing is working on a master plan that will sample community needs and desires, and that would be, I'll go the wrong way. This is the beginning of this page 1 of the Master Park Priority Survey. This is a Survey Monkey. We've been talking with Mr. Dunlop about posting it in the engagement area, and we will be holding at least 2 public meetings to take citizen input, and there is a very good probability that we will be at Maynard-Palooza with a table with illustrations, and we will also be handing out survey needs there. It is it's our intention to get a very deep amount of information. Some of the other slides here that you have seen before. These are concept ideas for a skateboard park. And one of the things we're doing at this stage is trying to figure out how much room do we have in the park for what kind of construction. This is the same park, same display. It has just been put in different places in the park to show that it is not limited to being in one spot. This is one of my favorites. This is the drainage facility. And we are looking at Primary Concrete, which is a concrete sculptor that I have worked with, to make that drainage ditch also skatable for skateboarders. When I first told Richie, the guy who is the president, I said, "Really? In drainage?" He said, "In places where people don't have hills, drainage is where they almost always go. They name them, they go to them, and they road around them." This could be made very nice. It could be a drainage facility and a two-sided skateboard facility. This is my favorite. This is a long sidewalk, and you'll see these are skateboard facilities. And I'll show you the illustration that we put out the last time. There we go. That's what one of those looks like when they are constructed. They are wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast. You can have people going in both directions, and the skateboarders just love skating around on these. These are 2 that we just built for the city of Nolanville with a park grant. This one, I'm sorry, it's a little bit tilted, but what we wanted you to see here is here's Tenneman Park, and these are the areas that are not already constructed on that are solid enough that we can build any kind of recreation that we want. Which would allow us to put pickleball or tennis there. This is where the, show you where, see, here's where the floodplain ends. And that's that curve right there. So if it is concrete, even if it does it does flood, water goes down, scrape off the mud, and you're back in business. So the objective here is to identify every piece of constructible. We don't want to clutter the place, but we want to know what is conceivably possible. And this is a shot showing you, and I get confused on this shot, that we have adjacent land that could also be used as a second park or as further development. So it's not isolated. There is still more that can be done, not on the Tenneman part, but on the other part that is across the road. So that is what we have been looking at. There have been no decisions made. We will not make decisions. We will gather data, and we will come back to the city council, and the city council will make decisions. And that's my report. I'll be glad to take questions.
Well, thanks, sir, for compiling and putting that together and just giving us those updates. I don't have any questions. Do any of you all or from Parks want to say anything?
Mr. Gandalf,
Yes, ma'am.
along with the pump tracks, those are also for our BMX bikers as well.
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Absolutely.
And they can also use the skateboard.
Where a
the skate
skateboarder
park
can
as well.
go, a daring BMX may go too. As long as you don't make me go ride on the bikes on the trail I built, we're good.
I just want to thank you for all your hard work. I know we've been asking, for this report. We've been asking for renderings, so I really appreciate this.
Yes, sir. There'll be a lot of more intensive interaction going on. There was a lot of preliminaries we had to look at, but now we understand the land, And we're going to move into the information gathering point. As I mentioned, Mr. Dunlop is going to help us get this posted. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Can you speak to the grant opportunities?
Yes, ma'am. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department, $750,000 grant. Takes a $1-to-$1 match. You cannot use your land as match because it's already a park.
Mm-hmm.
So for your next park, if you want to build a park on land that is not already parkland, and if you do even think you're going to do it, don't let somebody put a backstop on it, because it's either declared parkland or perceived as parkland. That kills the donation value. But you could get $750,000 using the value of your land. You build less park, but it takes less out of your money.
I was under the impression that the 10 acres that was bought over in that area of Timmerman Park was not considered parkland yet.
I have not seen anything where the city says we are buying this as a park.
So
If
that is-
you
if
have
that- if that
declared
is the
that it is,
case, then
if you
that
have declared
land-
that is, if you have declared it, then what we could do is go in, and if it's 10 acres, let's cut out about 4 acres and say that's the park. The rest of it isn't a park. So we build our smaller park, and now we still got the rest to come back a year later and get the benefit. Parks roll.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Any
ma'am.
other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the part where the questionnaire that would be going out to the community and just kind of share a sample of the questions? Okay, I can't read it that far, but if I think my only question was to ask the type of feedback that you were going to get from the community. If it's within the bandwidth, is it possible to be able to go into the school system and go into the schools to kind of talk to them? Because sometimes I guess during some of the community meetings that we would have after school and in the evening, the adults come but not the parent, but not the students, and then just kind of getting the feedback from our actual student residents that would actually be using the facilities more than dropping them off
Yes,
to go to the park, if that's possible.
Did I turn this off? I didn't.
Oh, you can have this back too.
We
Sorry.
are going to do, as I say, at least 2. We can do more. I'm scheduling them through Mr. Moore. Those of you who know me know that I'm very willing to travel. So if there is a group that wants a presentation, that we could get some surveys filled out, if I can do it, I will come.
Thank you. That helps. I know that being familiar with the city of Bastrop when they're parks, but they have an actual Parks and Recs committee, so we're not their department, but they did go into the schools and they got the feedback from the students to, even if it was just like simple like post-it notes or whatever, just kind of allowing them to be able to say this is what they actually did want to see in the parks. And so-
If you would like to work on that, us as outsiders coming into the school is not permitted. We have to be invited. So if you would like to work with Mr. Moore to set up one of those, I would be glad to help you.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's time and bandwidth available to get
No,
that
there is
data
time.
and feedback from them too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you again, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Also from the Parks Committee, we have also invited people from from Travis County to come to our parks meetings to possibly discuss joint ventures with them as far as like the small pocket park that's in Wild Horse Creek. There's land available that belongs to the Travis County right next to it, and possibly trying to put maybe a dog park there. But we're just opening up the communication, so we're not sure exactly where it's going to go just yet. Also, possibly partnering with them with Benny Fisher Park to put some things over there that will also have an effect for our seniors.
Thank you. All right, let's move right along to, we have some guests here for Health Committee. Which I want to introduce them or?
No, just have them come up.
Yeah, come on up, Chris and and whoever's going to present.
Sorry.
You can introduce everyone you have.
I will. So I just wanted to, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on behalf of Austin Community College, our chancellor, our board of trustees, that just 3 weeks ago passed free college tuition for all high school graduates from the class of 2024. Something we're very excited about and would love to chat with you more on another subject, but we're here today to rise in support of the City of Manor Health Entity Initiative. With me from ACC are Dr. Nina Almase, our Health Sciences Dean, as well as Dr. Estrella Barrera, who is our Associate Dean of Health Sciences. And so we just want to say that as a dedicated community educational partner, we're deeply invested in the welfare of our community, and we're very much in support of this initiative. At ACC, we recognize the vital importance of initiatives that prioritize the health and well-being of the community at large. And through our commitment to education and community service, we're dedicated to supporting these initiatives. And we think the Black Men's Health Clinic is an excellent collaborative partner with the college. Wonderful partners to be joined with. And so we thank you for your leadership in prioritizing and placing forward the importance of expanded health services here in the community. So that's all I have, but I want to thank you for that.
Well, while you're standing there, I just wanted to
Yes, sir.
make everyone aware. We started this process some years back, in regards to healthcare and kind of having conversations about how to extend opportunities in this area, even as far as back with our former mayor, Dr. Wallace, who's in the back there. And so one of those conversations was, how do we close the gap and the distance that our residents have to drive to get primary care support. Most everyone is going 45 minutes to an hour, to primary care opportunities or the shortage of healthcare out this pretty much from here all the way out east past past east. Just until I don't think there's any real major hospital unless you go down to the Bastrop area. And so doing the research with Black Men's Health Clinic, ACC, and the research partners that are listed, I think is going to help give us the information we need, not only to help bring in more healthcare providers, but also to skill and retool people to go into the industry. So thank you all, Health Committee, for working with them and continuing to add more partners to discussion. But thank you all for seeing the value of the work we're doing and for being good partners, not only with the city, but also with the school district, because we all just talked yesterday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You want to say anything?
I'm just very grateful to be here, and as you mentioned, Honorable Dr. Harvey, it's just such an honor to be working with you and Dr. Wallace to hopefully make an impact in the well-being of a community as a whole. We're just thrilled to be here. Thank you.
All right. Thank y'all. Yeah. Y'all have anything y'all want to add from Health Committee?
I just want to say, as chairperson for the Health Committee, I look forward to working with Austin Community College. It's extremely important to me that we are able to promote health wellness to our community, educate them, make them aware of services, and just be something that they need. This community, the Eastern Crescent, is in need all the way, like to Del Valley, just it's far reaching. And to be able to work in this capacity and hopefully bring something like that to this community is extremely important. And I thank you for your willingness to work and collaborate with us to get this going. It will be something that will benefit generations to come. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just end on the note that you kind of left hanging out there with this tuition thing. For where's all the cameras at? Here, there. If you have a child that is graduating, and definitely for sure in Manor, if you live in Manor, your child will get free tuition, and that's up to they get 3 years to obtain a associate's degree. They get a certificate, level 1, level 2 certificate, or they get 5 years to get a bachelor's degree. Now, since we're talking about healthcare, we'll talk about the fact that ACC has 4 bachelor's degrees. One of the bachelor's degrees is a nursing degree. So you can actually go from high school to becoming a nurse for free. Yeah, that's unheard of. Any of you all of y'all that went to college, y'all understand how big a deal that is, or couldn't go because it costs so much. You understand how big a deal that is. And so if you have uncles, cousins, and they got kids, they're in Maynard class of 2024. We're trying to get everyone to take advantage of it because it's a pilot, and if it's successful, then it happens again. And if it happens again, then I know that the president wants to start exploring opportunities for adults. And so, so let's help the kids be successful, so ACC can be successful, so we can all be successful. So thank you all again for coming out, and tell them I gave them a shout out. All right, let's move on to public hearings. Number 1, conduct a public hearing on the ordinance annexing 1.273 acres more or less being located in Travis County, Texas, including abutting streets, roadways, and right-of-ways into the corporate limits of the city. At the request of the property owner, approving an agreement for the provision of services for the annexed area, making finding of fact, providing a survey clause, and an effective date, and providing for open meetings and other related matters. Mr. Donald.
Evening, Mayor Council. This property, this 1.2 acres, is right at the intersection of US 290 and FM 1100. So the petition was before you a meeting or so ago. So this is a public hearing for that. The whole property, it had been annexed. This little portion was de-annexed back then. I think it was like 2008 or so. And now the new property owner is requesting for it to be in the city and then zoned C2, which is your next item. And then there's also a request for a gas station, which is the item after that. Based if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The applicant is also here.
Okay. The applicant want to say anything?
I don't think so. It's straightforward annexation.
Okay. Questions? Questions, comments? Questions, comments, or motion to close?
I have a question. Does this fall in line with our comprehensive plan with having it annexed and also a potential gas station?
Yes. So the zoning for the next item being C2 is in line with the future land use map, with this area being commercial corridor. And commercial corridor is really any sort of highway service, large format commercial. It doesn't really specifically say like that doesn't include gas station, it doesn't include this, but any sort of highway large commercial. So a gas station would fit within the overall theme of commercial corridor.
Other questions? Other questions, comments, or motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing on item number 1.
Motion on floor by Councilwoman Wallace to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Messmer. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to public hearing, item number 2, conduct the public hearing on the ordinance rezoning 2 lots on 12.67 acres more or less being located at 13105 FM 1100 Maynard, Texas, from agriculture to a medium commercial 2. Mr. Robert. And sir, it's public hearing, so you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. My name is Robert Bataille. This is an interesting little spot. It's, of course, close to Elgin on the way east. And this would be an excellent place to have a really scenic kind of gateway sort of thing going. Since it's commercial over 10 acres, they're supposed to be required, and Scott has said this, Scott Dunlap, that they're required to put a plaza in. To me, a plaza is a town hall, kind of town center. In Europe, they have fountains, they have statues, they have public events, they have benches, they have planters. And I'd like to see something really stunning and scenic. So as you drive into Manor from the east, it's kind of, you have arrived, sort of, something that kind of stirs the soul and looks great. And it's a plaza. We have half a dozen of these that are going to require plazas, and it's up to us to ask for them. It's in the codes. The codes have been available to all these developers all along. There's no changes. It's in there. I'd love to quote the number, but I'd hate to get it wrong by a decimal point or two. But also, speaking of this gateway effect, as we come in from the west on 290, where quote HEB and Home Depot are going to be, we've already given them $20 million. So I think asking them to pay $300,000 should be easy. We can debate how much to incentivize these people, and my personal opinion is we don't need to pay anybody anything to incentivize them to come here and take our money. We got the traffic on 290, we got the obvious growth coming. Our problem is to limit our growth to 200,000 people instead of 500,000. That's really what we need to focus on. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Dunlap.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but sure. So this property, again, it's one that you just heard close that public hearing on. Oh, thank you. So this is for the entire property for about the 12 acres. So it's the portion that is outside the city limits, which is concurrently being annexed, and then the remainder of it. It's currently zoned single family SF1 and agricultural. Those were both the default zonings for when those areas were annexed. So the SF1 was the annexation around like 2008 or 2007, whatever that may have been. And then the ag was in 2017 when we annexed the remainder of the property, less the portion that had been purposely de-annexed. But now the whole property is requested to be C2, which again is consistent with the comp plan, being a commercial corridor. And for the action item, the Planning Commission does recommend approval. If you have any questions, be happy to answer those.
Any questions, council members?
I have a question. Did you receive any feedback from the other residents that received notice?
Not on the zoning. There was a resident nearby. I don't believe he's here tonight. Who spoke on the specific use permit at council, but not on the zoning.
Was the 4-2 because of the gas station?
Was the sorry?
The 4-2 vote from P&Z was that because of the gas station?
Yeah.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing on item number 2.
Well, the motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Mesquite. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Conduct a public hearing on a specific use permit for one lot or 1.273 acres more or less, being located at 13105 FM 1100, Manor, Texas, to allow for a 14,020 square foot general retail Mexican market building, 6 MPDs, 3 diesel MPDs, and associated parking and drive aisles. Let's see, Mr. Dunlap.
So I have some information that was provided by the applicant after your agendas went out, if I may pass it out to y'all. Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, it always rotates. So under our zoning code, gas stations require a specific use permit. I believe since 2021 in C2, or 2022. So that's why this request is before you. And under a specific use permit, you have the discretion to approve or deny or modify how you see fit. With the discussion at Planning Commission, they asked that the fuel canopy be on the side of the building, that the diesel pumps be removed, so there wouldn't be large vehicles there, and that some EV chargers be provided, and that they had asked for better information about the traffic improvements, whether it be a TIA or just actual discussions with TxDOT. So on the action item, they postponed. So you may conduct the public hearing tonight and open and close that if you wanted to. But on the action, you wouldn't be able to take action because it hasn't been recommended by P&Z yet. But the applicant did modify the site plan in response to the Planning Commission's recommendations. And so that's what's been passed out before you. They did shift the fuel canopy to the side of the building, but they did retain the diesel pumps, and they added some EV chargers. And then they did speak with TxDOT to inquire about the potential for a TIA, and the TIA would be required. But they also kind of got the knowledge of what improvements would come out of that, which is deceleration lanes on US 290 and FM 1100. So they've conceptually shown those on the site plan as well. There was some discussion about if the annexation would continue or not, depending on the changes. So the conceptual site plan that's before you did shift the gas station back, but if you're inclined to approve the gas station with any conditions you may see fit, the annexation could proceed, and the site plan may shift a little closer so that lot isn't just empty in the front there. And the existing gas stations that are nearby, there's the new one in front of Presidential Glen, I believe it's a Valero. That's over 8,000 feet away, and then there's I forget the name of it, but right at the other side of Volker, that's about 2,500 feet away on the eastbound side of 290. So there aren't any immediately adjacent gas stations. The last specific use permit we did, the closest gas station for that one was 750 feet away. So these ones are quite a distance further away. This was an example that was provided to the applicant on a layout that is better for just sort of visually, so you're not just looking at a canopy. So we're kind of encouraging them through the specific use process to have a better site layout that works for the traffic flow, but then also just for the design of like the 290 corridor and like seeing buildings and not canopies. And so the canopy being on the side, the diesel is on the back of this one. This is a quick trip between Kyle and Buda. One of the other recommendations from Planning Commission was to prohibit overnight parking of large tractor trailers, which the applicant has also agreed to. Make sure there was signage and that wouldn't occur. So the fueling of trucks would be there, but they wouldn't be able to run overnight. Come back. But yeah, so if you have any questions for me, but the applicant is here too as well. And then with, like I mentioned before, with specific use permits, you do have the discretion to for any other site modifications, what you see is appropriate for the use to be there and for it to be conducive to the future adjacent uses, which would also likely be commercial uses.
Am I correct in when this came before P&Z, wasn't it supposed to be only 6 fuel pumps with pumps on both sides, making it 12 pumps instead of 16?
Could I answer that one? He said yes.
And then wasn't there 3 diesel pumps instead of 4?
There were 2, and so they added one more, but it added an extra one. So we can scale those back to the prior concept with the same amount of pumps.
Okay, and there is no language in reference to any EV pumps. There will not be any.
They're shown on the plan. They're in this is turned, but there's
where the little 3.
Yes.
Okay, got it. And the only improvements to FM 1100 will be the deceleration lane.
That's what TxDOT was
Requested.
requiring or would be requiring. So yeah, there wouldn't be on this conceptual site plan, additional ones, but you can request those.
Okay, it was also suggested that there be a dedicated entrance and exit for the trucks, so they would not actually do as much damage on FM 1100. Has
Mhm.
that been discussed?
This was discussed, but the way it's still shown, the trucks would usually enter from 290 and exit on 1100 to circulate through. 1100 has the crossover, Volker doesn't. So actually, trucks would have to really only be heading westbound on 290 to access it. Otherwise, there'd be U-turning somewhere down there to come back around and access the site.
Okay, because what I would like to say is that one of the complaints from P&Z was the amount of damage that the trucks would do on that road, and that road is already heavily trafficked.
Talking about 1100.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's on the county's plan to be.
TxDOT.
TxDOT, yeah. to be
It is. I'm not sure when it may be improved, like widened by TxDOT, if ever really. That may be something that another agency has to lead. But yeah, that was the rationale why Planning Commission actually removed the diesel fueling, to just not have the trucks having to figure out to navigate the site and be on 1100.
And the developer did say that there would be no overnight trucks.
Yes.
Because there was also a concern with the crime that comes with that as well. But I think a lot of the main concern was the FM 1100 as to why you had the 2 to 4 vote.
Questions, comments?
On your 3 spaces for EV parking, how many vehicles for each area could that accommodate?
It would just be, it's 3.
So it's just 1 vehicle per
Yes.
station?
Yes, there's 1 parking stall.
Okay.
One of the comments about that was that at the EV stations, it takes probably about 30 minutes for it to get an accurate, good enough charge. And there's not really anything other than the market that they're going to put there for people to hang out and wait for their car to charge.
Other questions?
So I'm saying that just to say that that's probably why there's only 3 spots.
I would recommend to, if you were to incline to approve this and with the P&Z recommendations for EV charging, to have it at least as a minimum of level 2 chargers, because that's the 30-minute one. If you do level 1, it's park there for 12 hours.
Other questions? Or a motion?
Scott, I had a question. Is this the concerns of the specific use that you received feedback from?
The resident nearby who spoke, it was around the traffic on 1100, the ability for trucks exiting the site to safely turn, because the road is 2 lanes. And so you have a large semi truck trying to navigate that. There was concern that there may not be the actual turning radius, and they might have to do it very slowly, which would then impede traffic. And then again, the condition of the roadway over time with the vehicles.
Okay, there's a motion.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing for item number 3.
A motion on the floor by Councilmember Randolph. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Conduct a public hearing on ordinance rezoning one lot on 0.23 acres more or less, being lot 6, block 1, town of Manor, and being located at 707 Bastrop Street, Manor, Texas, from single family SF1 to two family residential TL. Mr. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name's Robert Bataille. Now, of course, this was an interaction, as was the last one, with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Now, two of our members were at that meeting, Sonia and Aaron. As I understand these new processes, they're supposed to do a report to you guys. Now, I thought Scott did a pretty good job of, kind of reconnecting with what they said. My impression of that meeting was there was no diesel at all. But my point is, you guys have had a week. Why didn't you go back and look at the video? Or they're supposed to be a commission with their own secretary. Why didn't they give you a report that said what they did and why? In other words, the commission interaction and communication, you could do this in a public meetings forum. As you know, I've told you that it's in the Public Meetings Act. You can have a message board and you guys can talk to each other. And maybe you shouldn't meet 1 week from each other. Maybe you need more time to understand what they say. This one here is a similar deal. We're going to have to hear Scott telling his impression of what happened. My main beef with this is that we're in a historic district. There's nothing, and it's been that way since 2017. Runs from creek to creek, railroad tracks to 290. This is in that. See all these tiny lots? That's the way it was laid out for a reason. 1850 is when Maynard laid it all out. It's because they didn't want big houses because it was hard to chop wood to keep the house warm back then. They have alleys because that's where the fire trucks went through. They were pulled by horses. This whole area should be tiny homes. Tiny homes are very hip, very happening, very in demand. There's a tiny home community right over there close to Walter E. Long. Very hip, very happening. People can have their relatives live in them. They can be kind of mother-in-law spots. They can be very financially viable. This should be split into 2 lots at the very least, not one long lot with 2 townhomes glued together trying to fight for parking. This should be 2 tiny homes and sold as 2 separate lots. And I think the woman would be very well served to think of that strategy to make her money back. She's just flipping it. She's not going to live there. It's just a house to flip.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunlop.
So this property, you may recall, it's been before you last year. It was platted last year, the end of last year, into 1 lot. It was 5 lots, which were not conforming, which, someone didn't even have street frontage. They had access from the alley, but no proper street frontage. So a plat with variances was approved to the lot width and the lot depth ratio, and some modifications to the setback. Otherwise, the property would have been undevelopable. The request to zone to 2-family was recommended for denial from the Planning Commission at that time, and the applicant focused on the plat and had pulled that zoning application, so it was not considered by you all. She has since the reason for denial at that time from Planning Commission was concerns about fire access to the back unit. It was a little more than 150 feet from the street. And so the applicant, she went back to the fire department and worked with them and modified her plan a little bit. So the building is within 150 feet of the street, and so she's reapplied for the 2-family zoning. Yeah, and that's a conceptual layout of it. So you can see it basically only takes up half of the lot because the lot's 250 feet long. It's 40 by 250 feet. But the length of the home only goes 150 feet to it. And so again, she's requesting for having 1 additional unit. Right now it's in single family, and 2-family we can allow that 1 additional unit. Our comp plan has this area as neighborhood mixed use, which is again mixed use, higher densities. And there's within the comp plan, there's a range of implementation items for diverse housing downtown, additional units, some that are trying to achieve affordability. But yes, if you have questions, be happy to answer them as well.
Okay, now if we want to speak to the affordability, when the applicant was asked about how much they would rent these units for, she basically said that they will not be renting them, they will be selling them.
Mm-hmm.
And once they sell them, then the person that buys it will decide what the rent is. They were trying to say that it was going to be affordable, but we don't actually know that until you know what they actually sell it for. And to me, my personal opinion is that the applicant has no tie to the community, nor do they want one. They just want to flip their product.
Yeah, there wasn't a full grasp of the potential price of the units. They will be market rate. I mean, there's nothing subsidizing them to make them affordable. The only aspect of affordability is that it could be, they're a little bit smaller than a typical single family home would be, and then there's two of them, so it just lends itself to being generally a little bit more affordable than maybe a standard single family home. But yeah, the costs are unknown. It was just they would be market at whenever that may come online. So.
And also with their alleyway and their parking, there is an encroachment from am I correct? There's an encroachment from the neighboring lot?
Yes, yeah, this came up on the first iteration as well. There's a historic home there. You can see it on the bottom. It says 1-story wood house. And about a fifth of it, a quarter of it is in the alley. And typically with like new developments, we would ask that they take access from the alley. If you may recall the townhome property up the street here, they had planned to put, garages on the front, and we asked if they could use the alley, which they said they could. They could still do front-facing garages, but we are trying to activate our alleys and have more of that and fewer curb cuts on our streets for pedestrian access. But with the encroachment, it only gives 13 feet between the property line and that home. So there's some of the driveway for turning around and backing out of those garages would be in the alley, and that could be achieved through a license and maintenance agreement. And so, yeah, you can access, there's the two garages in the middle. It's like a unit, 2 garages, and then out of the unit.
Other questions?
Where exactly, how far is this from Mr. Jim's?
Mr. Jim's is like a block north, so it's right near Lane in Bastrop.
Okay, so I noticed some homes were built. Is that what we're looking at?
No,
Or
so
is it
that's done
different?
by another woman she's done 3 or 4 houses now, and she's going to build another 3 there. So that house that was just built behind Mr. Jim's is a different property on a different one. And there are going to be 3 more houses next to that as well. Single family homes on just standard 50 by 115 lots.
Yeah, it does look kind of tight.
Yeah. They're typical, I mean, a 50-foot wide lot is what most of our subdivisions are platted at, and then 40 feet is, we have a lot of areas like that too, like Stonewater, portions of Village of Manor Commons, Bell Farm, Shadow Glen, Presidential Meadows, Presidential Glen. They all have 40-foot wide lots, so it's not a non-standard lot size. What's non-standard here is the depth of the lot at 250 feet.
Yeah, it just seems like it seems different with these subdivisions versus the space within the city in this area. That's why it just seems so slim, so tight.
Yeah, right now with her current entitlement, she could build, one house there that's longer and narrower. And so she's just trying to, have an additional unit with the 2-family zoning.
Other questions? take a motion or another question?
Mayor and Council, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing on item number 4.
A motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Westway. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Mayor Pro Tem, vote against. All right, move right along. Consent agenda. All the following items are on the consent agenda are considered self-explanatory by council. It will be acted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless requested by the mayor or council member, in which the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Any items you need to pull? Yeah. All right. Number 5, consideration, discussion, possible action to approve city council minutes of April 30th, 2024 city council special session. Number 6, consideration, discussion, and possible action on accepting March 2024 city council monthly reports. Number 7, consideration, discussion, possible action on accepting March 2024 departmental reports. Number 8, consideration, discussion, possible action on change order to the construction. Oh, I'm sorry, I went too far. Yeah, it's the screen. All right, got those on the floor. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as read.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Vasquez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by, who's that? Councilwoman Ware. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, city staff, for all of your reports and information. All right. Now, number 8, regular agenda item. Consider discussion and possible action to approve. Oh, I'm still. Sorry, I got a little delay. There we go. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on a change order to the construction contract for Bell Farms and Presidential Land Lift Station Expansion Project. Come on up, Tyler.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyler Shows. I'm with GBA, as one of the city engineers for Manor. So for the change orders, 2 items. First item we want to talk about is adjusting the surge relief valve piping that's in the Bell Farms lift station. When this surge relief valve piping was originally installed in 2004, it was off-center to the surge relief valve. And then, I guess a little bit of background on surge relief valve piping and everything. You have the wet well and the valve bolt, the piping's between the two. And when the pumps turn on, we have bigger pumps now, so there's more pressure in there. So the higher pressure, the surge relief valve turns on, then it has the waste go into the wet well to lower the pressure. It was found out during construction that the surge relief valve piping was off-center a little bit, so they had to go away to line it back up. And then we did investigations to avoid a change order by chipping out the grout in the valve bolt and moving the pipe over. That was found not viable because it did not reach all the way. So the next way to do it was to cut the slab, to dig down to the piping, take the excavation out, then adjust the piping over, connect it, backfill it back in, pour the concrete over, and connect everything back together. And to do this change order, it would cost the city $13,169.42 to do this one. And then the second item we'll talk about is the wet well that was installed in the Presidential Land lift station. When this one was installed, it was 18 inches below grade. And this is due to the stub out in the wet well that was installed originally in 2006. It was lower than anticipated, so it lowered the whole wet well as is. And the cheapest option we came up with is doing grade rings to put on top of the wet well, so it matches top of grade instead of buying a riser. It'd be a lot more to put the riser all the way up, so we did the grade rings to do that. And that section of the change order would be $6,600 $41.76. To do both these items, it would be a total of $19,811.18, which will increase the original contract cost by 1%. And it should also be noted that this change order also include additional days to the contract period. We did 3 days for the surge relief valve piping, 2 days for the gray rings on the wet well, as well as 47 days from the previous change order that included, as a little refresher, that included the installing the electrical slab and the bypass pumping and all the work associated with that. So include that time to this one. And this changes the date from the final completion of May 30th, 2024 to July 21st, 2024. And it should also be noted that when the contractors submitted their change orders, we challenged it multiple times to get a price that was more reasonable to what actually work's being done. And it's just to lower the labor for actually doing the installation for this. Yeah, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
On one of the charges for equipment, it says $945 per day, but then it has 0 days, but then it comes out to a charge of $740.
Is that for the surge relief valve or the for which one? Both arms. Oh yes, I see it.
It's not a full day.
That must have been a typo in the quantities, because for the equipment they have to do the saw to cut the slab out. That's probably the main equipment they use for that. So there's been a typo on their end. It would be that amount. It's not for a full day.
So is it at least when I read it, I thought it was $945 per day, but it wasn't a full day.
Yeah,
So
for
it
that
came out to
equipment.
so it came out to $740.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Well, how long when we do this, how long should this carry the city through with these particular, before we have to update any of this or do any more to this?
To this particular lift station?
Yes.
For the Bow Farms, most of it was accounted for the ultimate LUE growth in that area. But with theirs, I know for in Mariner Commercial Park area, Carriage Hill is upstream, and there's a bunch of growth going on, projected growth. So downstream later, past the 5-10 year mark, there would be expansions, but that would just be for the pumps, because to more flow, because all the electrical there is already being upsized, so it's already been projected for additional growth, but majority of it has been accounted for.
Oh, I heard you mention a lot of things like this wasn't done and this wasn't. Is it because they didn't plan for future growth when they originally made this?
For the Bow Farms lift station, yes, this was made over 20 years ago, back in 2004, 2006, and there was a big boom, I think around 2010, with it, so a lot of growth came into the city for that.
Yeah, because I think the housing price was like 2008. People were still moving into Manor. So I came in 2006, then I bought another house and moved in 2008. So I was double dipping.
Well, I moved in Carriage Hills in 2009.
Mm-hmm. Other questions? Questions, comments, or motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve change order number 3, the construction contract for the Bell Farms Presidential Glen Lift Station Expansion Project with JM Pipeline in the amount of $19,811.18 and the addition of 52 calendar days to the contract completion date for this project.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any question to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Let's see, let's move on to number 9. Consideration, discussion, possible action authorizing purchasing of 16 automatic hydrant flushers. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We're here before you, one, to purchase 16 automatic hydrant flushers. We did put it in the budget this last year, and we just want to get authority, approval from y'all to go ahead and purchase those 16 automatic hydrant flushers. I'm not sure if you want any details or if y'all were able to look it up or anything like that, but it's basically actually something, an apparatus that you can put on a fire hydrant on one of the ears is what we call it. It's a 2-inch side that you can actually program Bluetooth way and program it to exactly, and ideally it is able to be able to flush at night, which usually you have more water available. We tend to are able to fill up our tanks and everything at night because there's a lot less water usage. It does, you can program it to turn on and turn off when you want to. And I think pretty much, well, if you kind of calculate it, it's pretty much, well, say it's 30 minutes to an hour manpower to do it. That saves nearly 2 days worth of work that we'd have to do during the daylight.
How often do we flush now?
Every month, we're required by TCEQ to do dead end flushing.
Questions, comments, motion?
Who would all have access to this?
It'd be our water operators.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve purchasing 16 automatic hydrant flushers from Core in Maine in an amount not to exceed $38,400.
Got a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Vespa. Any questions to the motion?
I have a question. Do we already have the hydrants picked out, like that these would be attached to?
We have a good idea. So we're wanting to make sure we do it very thought out. We don't want it to be right next to someone's residence house to where it's going to flush out. We're also going to put some pads underneath it. And so ideally we would like to have it somewhere kind of more of an open field, or if it's some place that we can find a dead end main that's out of the neighborhood, and we also want to make sure the drainage is not affected. So
Is there any, is there any warranty on this, or like security for it in case, somebody tries to hack
there
in?
is a lockable system for it. We can chain it.
And I would say, Mayor, Council, to where we try to strategically locate these is the areas where we've got the calls. And so anytime we have the system, when we look at the map, is to make sure we put it in the area where if it's done at night, like I told Matt, just make sure it doesn't create a standing water issue in some of the neighborhoods. So make sure, if we can, just make sure it doesn't create a standing water issue for the residents, so they won't have to deal with that.
All right. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Are you up for the next one too? Okay. Number 10, consideration of action and possible action on a water conservation plan and a drought contingency plan for the city of Maine. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. This is long overdue. I noticed when I first came here, I kind of noticed and looked at when I was looking for the water conservation plan, I noticed it was all together, the drought contingency plan and the conservation plan. And when we're having to do our water audits and our water loss reports, we're having to update, and you're supposed to, by TCEQ, update this every 5 years. And when I started looking at it, it has not been updated since 2009. We did want to keep in mind of conserving water. And right now we have 4 stages. There's really no trigger points either for when should we go into stage 2 or stage 3. And it is pretty tricky because we do actually get a lot of our water from wholesale providers. So we did look at our surrounding areas to see what they do, and we do notice that, you know, with Pflugerville, Round Rock, and a lot of them, they basically do 3 stages. So that first stage has kind of gone away, especially in the Central Texas, how precious water is, and how much we basically every summer we're trying to conserve water. So it's like, okay, well, it does make sense. And I do know watering wise, of irrigation wise, 2 times a week, you can really have a pretty good lush yard. I do sometimes have to tell people you can overwater your yard. And you can drown it, and then before you know it, turns brown, looks bad. So what you'll notice on this is that we actually separated to where we actually have a water conservation plan and the drought contingency plan. And the drought contingency plan actually spells out what stages, and really so you can almost see some cities will actually use what we're calling a conservation stage is like stage 1. So basically that's watering 2 times a week. Stage 2 would be down to where you water once a week. Stage 3 is basically we're in trouble. We don't need to use any more water. And we also put stuff in here to where it could actually help us enforce people not to water freely. So there's some checks and measures there. The water conservation plan kind of spells out a little bit more what we can do for education wise. I'm used to seeing it. I know there's some free stuff that we can put on our website when all that gets to come out, and we can actually put how you should water your irrigation, look out for leaks and stuff. And it's also spelled out in here too to help us if somebody does have a main leak on their house, because sometimes people tend to just go ahead and let it flow, and then this will actually give us some more authority to, hey, you got to get it done or it's going to get turned off. And you know, I'm sure y'all remember last year and the last summer. Of course, every summer when it comes around the corner, it kind of makes me a little nervous of let's hopefully make sure we have enough water. And so if y'all have any questions on it, I know it does look different, but I think it's pretty much what everybody's doing right now. We're currently still in stage 2 because it's watering 2 times a week, and can't talk enough about how precious water is. So,
You know, it was several years back. I think the city of Austin and maybe some other cities did some type of rebate for people that went with the zero landscaping.
yes, sir.
I don't know what that cost, but I know that they did do that because of they were having a series of droughts. And so they went with, hey, if you go with this type of landscaping, you'll get a rebate to cut back on that watering. And so I don't know if that's feasible or not. But I know if we continue to have the seasons that we're having, maybe something just to explore.
No, definitely. I promote that. And I did actually get an email just the other day asking about xeriscaping. And I can update this. It doesn't mean just that I have to do it every 5 years. I can do it next year if I need to. I need to kind of dig into the budget to see where we can come up with a rebate program like that. From where the city I've worked at before is pretty successful. And it is an incentive. You get to the point where you can even look at washers, you know, and also even water softeners. If you don't have an automatic regen, those things will gen at a certain time every night, but when it doesn't really need to regen. But if you have an automatic regen where it tells you when it has to happen, it saves water. So there's a lot of rebates that we can definitely look into and tweak this. And this form is going to be tweaked. And every 5 years, they really do want us to amp it up and create more programs like that.
And I was also going to throw out sometimes just education
Mm-hmm.
on how to take care of your yard.
Yes, sir.
Because I think there's a general assumption that people grow up, get a house, and know what they're doing.
Oh.
and most people figure it out over 30 years. And so, you know, maybe there's a space for, hey, this is the type of grass. This is how often. Here's some good type of things to put in your yard to sustain the water, help it grow, blah, blah. So maybe if there's educational tips that could go out on social media, on website, and kind of promote that, then people might be more inclined to follow those tips to take care of their yard. versus, because right now, like I know folks, when every time they see those, water conservation, they're like, I'm about to go turn it on right now. And so maybe, and it's because they want to have a nice yard, they take a pride in their home. So I think maybe there's a preventative way by saying, hey, this is how you do it. Then maybe more folks will say, okay, so I don't really need to do that. That's just my paranoia. And if I follow these steps, I have a nice yard.
Yes, sir. And I agree with you. The last summer, I remember talking with Mr. Moore. As soon as we moved to stage 3, I believe, I kind of gave my heads up. It's like when they hear it moving, they decide to water it all one night, and it is kind of common. But I do want to eventually grow this into where maybe we have enough personnel to where we can actually check irrigations, and then give tips, hey, if this head is messed up or if this valve is stuck, and they can actually kind of go through. It does take time. It does take personnel to get that done, but there's some pretty good programs like you're saying on social media. I do believe I want to say it's LCRA has one, and it's a plug and play, and it kind of goes, it almost details everything out, what to look for.
So, and I might just, like, we don't have to create none if somebody already has it. We can just say, someone can just stand in front of the camera. Here's a tip.
Yes, sir.
And play someone else's video. And just so that information is getting out there. And I don't know if we have our YouTube channel. So it can be kind of like a playlist in there. Just kind of store those things. And like I said, just shop it through the website and social media. Hey, this is how you navigate the coming summer. And, we have farmers and stuff out here, so maybe asking them to come in and say, this is what you can do or start now to prepare for the summer by doing this. And, it won't cost anything but time, really. And, maybe you save a few bucks.
Yes, sir.
Maybe make you a YouTube star.
Oh, no. Well, I see a couple behind me that might be my new stars.
Yeah. I would say, Mayor Council, we're also looking at doing a fueling station where we use the reuse water. They're off Lano. So that way, if people that even get bulk water, we would still have that option to where they can just come and get it at bulk. And those that have a garden or something, so we will have a secondary use of water from the plant that could be used for that. So we're trying to do everything possible to.
Is the flushable water reusable?
Once it's treated.
Once it's treated, the water we flushing?
It's not potable.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Because all we do is we have.
No. I mean, from the previous item that we're flushing from the hydrant.
No. This is actually a fillable station for the effluent at the plant.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So.
Come on.
Oh. And I do appreciate Raymond. He did a lot of work on this water conservation and drought contingency plan.
Yeah, so those are two different things. One is the reuse station, which is a completely different thing from, I guess, the automatic flushers. The automatic flushers are just to help with, I guess, brown water or, our routine flushing that we need to do or whatnot. And it helps the system kind of move a little bit. The reuse station that we got, it's all the, I guess, the effluent that we get from our wastewater plant that gets thrown out into the creek or whatnot. It can go either to the golf course or it can go to, I guess, to construction purposes for dust control. Because we have a lot of growth out here right now that, a lot of, I guess, contractors can actually pull water from our effluent, basically, instead of using our potable water that we drink.
Okay, yeah, I think I was, in the previous one, we was talking about putting on the Bluetooth devices.
Yeah.
So we can open that up and let those fire hydrants flow.
Mm-hmm.
And we was talking about make sure it doesn't flood, certain community spaces. My question is, instead of that water just going wherever it's going to just flood out to, could that be collected and made available?
And that's probably going to be with the storm drain stuff, right?
Well, no, that's actually, I have actually had that asked to me before. I did look at, and of course it's been several years back, because definitely when that big drought came, 4 or 5 years ago, everybody was wondering if we could retrap it. The problem is actually getting a vehicle, a tank, to be able to fill it up. Then you got to transport it. So economically, it did not make sense.
Okay.
But it's a great idea. If you have the the extra funds to do it. Yeah.
Now, a lot of that does go to retention ponds and stuff like that as well. So I mean, that could be good for recreational use and stuff like that, or fishing and stuff. Like I know Bell Farms has a lot of that water come from from fire hydrants or from runoff from rain.
Okay. And definitely with these stages too, the dead end flushing is great because it's also for water quality, and especially in the different stages that you go to, it's recommended to do every 15 minutes, but you can cut that down, and just depending on the quality of what you're getting and the chlorine and everything else, so you can lower that flushing.
Okay. Other questions, y'all?
We appreciate it. We will be bringing this back May 1st.
Yeah.
With the ordinance.
Thank you. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, Raymond, for all your hard work. It's definitely something we need. Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we direct the city manager to make a final additions to the water conservation and drought contingency plans for approval on May 1st, 2024.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you all. All right. Number 11. Consideration, discussion, possible action on allocation of hotel occupancy tax hot funds for Manapalooza expenses.
Howdy, Mayor, City Council. How is everybody going? As you can see in front of you guys, you should have a possible expenditures for Manapalooza this year. It has everything in pink, purple-ish is possible hot funds used for us to be able to put it into our Manapalooza expenses. Almost everything, well, everything is being used per the husband's definitions of bringing tourists for tax exemptions for the hotels. We are bringing multiple entertainment acts that will bringing people to hotels area, economic, business development, etc. All our marketing is also spread out there, which is also used for those purposes. Attractions, some of our big attractions are the fireworks show, which is the biggest expenditure of all, including the sausage eating contest that is also from outside the area, and then the travel expenses as of right now.
So on the flyer, all of these entertainment lineups, or the majority of them, they will be staying at our hotels?
Yes, correct. They're actually almost everyone, for except of two of them, which is Golden, who is from the area, and the cheap sunglasses. That's also from this area. And all of them are receiving, I'm already contacted and making agreements with the Holiday Inn. I'm part of that conversation. I'm thinking Mr. Moore, I see him on the email as well. Part of their contract with us is that they actually book their hotels within the city, and they will be using Holiday Inn, and the city will be booking themselves 3-4 rooms ourselves per contract with the Major League Eater. And as of right now, if I'm not mistaken, last update that I got from the Major League Eaters, we have about 8 of them, and about 6 of them are from outside of Texas. And we're getting also the national winner sausage eating family that she always come here with her husband. They're already booked and their hotels already paid off as well. Usually these are basically the same vendors, same things that we had done in the past on Manapalooza. Prices are even triple from last year's based on the records that we have. For example, the staging this year is costing about $7,000 stage. Last year in 2019, which is the records that we have, it cost $2,000. But we're talking about a different era, different times. This after COVID, we all know that every single price went down from like what it used to be $1 to like $5. That also includes in the entertainment and business area. Another example is the firework, pyrotechnic. It was last time, at least in 2019, this was the last time that the husbands got shown. It was $5,000. Right now it's $20,000. And that also come because all the pyrotechnic come from outside United States. They all come from China. So all the prices went up. We look for different vendors and other areas, but they're all way higher than $20,000. And that is for a 30-minute show. Usually it's about I think $1,000 or $2,000 per every minute.
Okay. I'll start off. We've had on the history has been kind of shared with you in regards to council and hot funds. It's been a lot of conversation and there's been a lot of workshops in regards to what it is, how it should be used, and the return on investment. Part of it is me in regards to those pieces, in regards to seeing the return on investment. I don't see actually anything on our entertainment lineup or in what was described that's going to be a major return on investment for $74,000. Hosting the local artists and stuff, and we're paying for it. I don't think that's the intent. The intent is really of the event is to bring people into the city and for them to stay into the hotels. And the marketing should be as such to where we're going to market, and so folks will come from out of the regional area where they're not making, it's not a day trip. So I'm coming from out of the area. I need a place to stay, so I'm gonna stay in the hotels. I'm gonna rent those spaces out, and because of that, we're replenishing the money that's been taken from the hotels to help market and do it. So it's supposed to be a cycle. It's supposed to be, we have a huge event and we have a series of huge events that are regional focused. People come in, they spend their dollars here. Those dollars go back into the pot to then again fund those regional events. I think at one point this will get to that space, but I don't see with the artists. And I would say if there was a major band that had a regional draw that was headlining a Friday or Saturday night, then I'd be more inclined to change that. But I would say that we don't have the art. If it was Taylor Swift, then we'd be having a different conversation.
We don't have $80,000 for her to
and-
do an
and-
hour.
And that's what I'm saying. And so hot funds, I think, are reserved for that. Is for something where you're going to have, one, you have to have the facilities to fill up. So I have a ton of hotels, and I do this event. All these hotels fill up. The hotel owners are very happy. The mom and pop shops and everybody's happy because all these people come to the area. The people that hate traffic are unhappy because there's so many people that come to the area. But it's a big deal. All those dollars are spent, and then it comes back through to the city through sales tax, and then in hotel occupancy tax, and then we reinvest that. I don't see that we're going to get a return on this, and so my concern is, as we're building, as we have developers that are trying to get hotels on ground, as we're working to do things out east, that we're deplete. Once we start it, we'll do it every year. We'll deplete the funds, and when it's time to do a major event, we won't have those hotel occupancy funds to do events because we're knocking off 75,000 here, 80,000 there. We'll do it even bigger and better. It'll be 120,000 here, 150,000 there, but we would not have had the return investment for the hotel owners. That's just me. So I want to make sure I say that I am for spending hotel occupancy tax funds only when I know it's going to have a big return.
I don't know if you remember, months ago, I presented our marketing plan with Town Square Media, which they guarantee us a viewer of over 45,000 people a day for all our marketing. And that started it on April 1st. And we have been seeing that on the numbers of the data that they collect. So our marketing area, this money that we're spending, we are seeing a drawing of a lot of people. The problem right now with the Maynard Palooza is that it's only a 2-day event, for us to be drawing that capacity that you would like to see on the hotels. Our hotel drawing is mainly about the acts and entertainment items that we're going to be bringing, and people that obviously travel more than 100 to 200 miles will probably have or would like to stay in a hotel.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, we spend the dollars now, and we know we're not going to get a return on it. And that's the thing. Like, we can market all we want, but we're not going to get the return because no one's going to stay. The hotel's going to be full up with the people we just booked in there, and then maybe a few other folks that are here on those construction jobs that are making that commute to Samsung and so forth. And so, other than that, we're not going to see that big of a return on it. So we'll have, we'll spend the money, we'll have a great time, but we won't get anything much out of that, and to refuel the hot funds. And so we've been successful with the sponsorships. Are we down on sponsorships? Are people not wanting to commit to sponsoring the event anymore?
We do have some sponsorship, but not as much as before. In the past, I understand the city used nonprofit to get sponsorship, which we no longer doing, getting that support.
But the city can still get the donations.
We're trying our best.
Okay. Others?
Is it my understanding that people that used to support the city are no longer doing that now?
Understood.
Vendors that we used to have that used to give donations, such as Samsung and other entities, they are no longer dealing with Manor.
Well, we have a conversation going back and forward with Samsung right now, but nothing has been confirmed or set of stone yet.
I would say Samsung is still wanting to do something in the community. They gave us a choice between 4th of July or Maynard-Palooza. So, I mean, I think the sponsors that have sponsored other events in the past are still willing to participate because they know it's name branding for them, that it's out there, that they're in the community. So we're doing everything we can to make sure they still see the benefit of them partner with us on this event. Now that we have a new venue, it's just this is our first year out there, so we're going to try to make sure we get maximum exposure for them, so that way they can see that with them we can be better. Without them, we still have to be able to plan and anticipate the draw that it's going to be for the event, because it's going to be a draw that we haven't seen before. So we have to anticipate just a crowd that we haven't seen downtown. You saw it, but you didn't really get to actually see the full potential that we have in hosting an event. And so I think that's part of our plan, is to make sure we're able to host events that bring people from, not just Manor. They do come from.
Last year, we use a contract with Placer AI, which they were nice enough. We don't have a contract with them, but they were nice enough to get some data from us. It's the best way of us collecting data. They use a lot of cellular data and basically spend this. People want to spend money in the area to collect that data. People, when you're more than 7 minutes in a location, your phone gets tracked using the satellite, even if your location is off. So using that data is when we collect the attendees, or a good estimate. So last year you have a 3.7 attendees, 3,700 attendees within the 2 days of Maynard-Palooza, and that was here, smaller area. Not the marketing was completely different this year, and you saw it at the Easter. The Easter we had 2.8 attendees in an event that we were just thinking that we're going to get like 500 kids or less, and we made records with a 2.8, which part of my report that I submitted, all the data is there. That is just the way that we collect data, and that is not it's a good estimate number, but it's under the number that we actually, these are people who have cell phones, so it did not calculate anybody that didn't have a cell phone, the kids especially. So we're estimating almost 3,000 people that came to the Easter. It's just because we do know that there are a lot of kids there without cell phones, but based on the cellular data of attendees, it was 2.8, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the paper right now in my hand, but yeah. So that is also considered last year. Even I was not here, we were able to get that data from last year, and in 2 days it was 3.7. So we are basically based on our data from our Town Square media, they're estimated between at least 4,500 to over 5,000 people for Menopausa this year. So the crowd is going to be bigger.
On the expenses, there's 2 entries for magazine and digital ads. How are they different?
Basically, one is the tour of Texas, and the other one is the highway. Even so, they are all together. When they give us their invoice, is separated. They use it also last year, and in the year's preview for Menopausa. So this kind of like a yearly they come. The issue should be already out. It was for the month of April. The mice in my office, if anybody want to see it. And I also have digital copies of all the marketing newspaper items and the video and the radio ads that are going out. So if anybody wants to just send me an email, I can send you all the copies.
So I see, I guess the total 3 categories. For entertainment, 70,000. Staging, restrooms, all that stuff. The stuff to facilities, all that stuff is 40,000, and then marketing is 20,000
Correct.
total. And
The main difference within this budget is that we didn't use a media expert or a marketing expert like we're doing. But if you see in the past year, especially people that have been here for a long time and have come to the event as much, you basically seeing vendors, seeing items. We're just trying to have the correct paperwork put it together for you guys to review. And we're trying to add little things that people have not seen to attract more people from the area.
who's not sponsoring this year?
I do not have a full list of the previous sponsors. They were handled by the committees, which I don't have.
I thought there was a binder that was left behind with all of this information. There wasn't a binder.
Yeah, a lot of it was incomplete. So the information we had was 2019, and I think the Friends of Manor Park, that foundation, did a lot of the networking.
But all of them were staff.
But the organization was set up, and now that there's been some changes with that, so we're operating, basically starting over scratch with city, and then with the intent to let businesses know they can support the city through proper requests, if it's sponsorship, if they have a limit. And most of them are asking about a foundation, so we still giving them the option to, when we talk to them, here's a list of things you could support, and give them the invoice or have them be able to pay and have their name associated with that specifically, if they don't want to give directly to the city, but give them that option to be able to sponsor something on the list that hasn't been paid yet.
The sponsors in the flyers are the confirmed sponsors that we already have either received something or we are processing their donations.
Yeah. So, and I'm just going to be upfront, frank with it. Sounds like we had, we had sponsorships that was tied to people, and people are gone, and we lost those sponsorships. So, I'd like to have that list of people who decided not to sponsor.
We do have a list ongoing right now of emails and days that I have reached, and not just me, Mr. Moore has reached to some of them either, and we had either not got a response back or.
I just want to make sure our reputation is intact.
Of course.
Because if I'm sponsoring, if I care about the community, I care about the community. If I don't do anything somewhere because someone left, then that's a whole different type of situation. And we want to work with people that care about the community, regardless of who's sitting in these seats. So just want to make sure our reputation's intact and that we don't have anything foul going on. I would personally rather have a conversation about using the set aside council has for events than tapping into our hot funds, because again, we had the same conversations prior to you being here when we were dealing with the water tower, and we paid a lot of money because we said, oh, it's going to draw an attraction. Nobody comes to see the water tower. So I just want to make sure it's the same conversation we had in the past. Oh, well, we do it up and we put lights, blah, 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 and it fits the description. Nobody sits over there at the Chuck D. Wagon in the taco spot over there and looks at the water tower. Nobody drives in to do that. So I want to just keep it purpose intent, not try to stretch what we're doing. The purpose intent is to spur our economic development opportunities, and we're not there yet where people are staying in the city of Manor for the event. We're getting more residents there, but we are not there where we have people moving in to the area for the weekend for that. And until we have the attractions and the sponsorships that can support those investments, and we have the hotels up, then I personally think it's just at a loss. And so I'd rather council members have a conversation about the dollars that we have set aside for major community events, and because those dollars have no intention for ROI. Those are things that we said we would like to have set aside to ensure that do projects that bring the community together and enjoyment. So we have no intentional ROI on that stuff. I already talk about that fund than this one, because this is supposed to thank hotels for being here and by bringing things so that they can continue to make money. Council members, y'all can share in, y'all can agree, disagree, motion however you want to. I'm done. I said my part.
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we use our community programs funds to, okay. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, council members, Veronica Rivera, Assistant City Attorney. If you are not going with the agenda language, which is possible action on the allocation of hotel occupancy tax funds, and are looking at using something else to use for the Manor-Palooza expenses, then just direct staff to bring you another agenda item at the next meeting. But you can't change the motion. No, ma'am. Direction is fine. You don't have to take an action. You can just direct if you'd like.
Okay. Well,
Hold on. Our next council meeting will be
May
May 1st.
Does anyone want to have discussion before we give direction, council members?
Yes.
No, like right now.
Go ahead.
I guess discussion for me would be I am not against hot funds being used to support the Manor-Palooza. I'm hesitant for the dollar amount that's required or that's used right now. And so if there was direction from the city manager, I would like for it to be possibly more up to a certain amount, up to a dollar amount. And I know that we have specific rules, I'm saying legalities, but there's specific things with it that it would qualify for. But I guess so that I'd rather the dollar amount to be lower, to have a lower amount just to be able to kind of work within our budget, but then also bring in the community more, hoping that we'll be able to see a return from the investment that we put in. So if there was allowing with the language that we have here, but then also kind of with a cap to it that's lower than what it is right now. Like I think this was our max if nothing else happens. So if there was a lower amount, if we could just kind of explore it.
Mayor, council members, if I can just summarize and maybe provide a little guidance. Council member Hill is trying to stay within what the agenda item is, and by all means, you can definitely provide a cap or a minimum amount that you would like to see from this fund. That could definitely be a motion, or again, just making and I know y'all like to make motions to direct, and you can certainly do that. You don't, so you can make a motion to direct to bring back this item with combinations of, or just something completely different.
Other comments, discussion?
Actually, I have a question. Just want to ask a question. I know where it says report back in June on final event expenditures. So if you have some sponsors, how much of that total amount are they sponsoring, and how much is you as the city want to, or would the city be paying and is requesting to get reimbursed for? Like, or how are you planning on dispersing those funds?
I would say Mayor Pro Tem is the reason why we want to come back in June. I think this is the intent, even in years past when there was an event. Like last year, we tried to come after the fact. This year, we wanted to come before you to show you some of the upfront expenses. And so once we get all the revenue from the vendors and once we pay out, we would have a true picture of the budget. And so right now, we're still at this day trying to secure other sponsorships. So if we can, we still have some unpaid invoices. And if we can get them to pay for it, we want to be able to calculate that and show that for you. So if we did come back in June, you would be able to feel comfortable with, okay, we set a limit, or just let us come back and say what you've done was fine. But we still want to be transparent with you what revenue we get from the sponsors, what we've spent out, and then kind of show, because right now we're trying to keep it as free as possible, so we're not charging for some of the events. We still have an event where we have some face painters. If we can get somebody to pay for that, so the families can, that's a free expense for them. So the goal is to try to make sure we come back if we had to and say this is the total event. And again, if the rest of the conversation today would lead us down that path, we'll hopefully have all the final expenses and be able to show you. So that way, just for purposes of budgeting, we know what to start budgeting for next year for an event. If we get sponsorships at a certain dollar amount, we know, because the event's going to grow, and so we want to be anticipating your feedback to try to set that budget for us for next year's budget process.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so basically you're saying that this is the max budget, but we have sponsors that may cover some of this.
Once we get, again, everything is coming into the system, we'll be able to show what those private donations or contributions are.
Mhm.
But this is kind of what our lineup is as far as expenditures. So we don't have the necessarily revenue side, because it's just showing this is the expense side.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So what the city actually spends out may actually be less than this 74,000.
Yes, some of these numbers are basically average right now because we have not finalized, like Mr. Moore mentioned, but this is also based on the market right now.
Okay, thank you. I have a question.
Correct.
The fireworks people, are they not the ones that we've been using?
It is the same one.
It's the
Yes.
local company?
Correct. Yes, they're very excited, and they are actually, thanks to the new location, they are actually being able to give us bigger fireworks without us paying more.
Do we have enough water out there?
Yes, we
Oh.
are working very closely with the Travis County ESD, and they are going to be more than prepared.
Okay, thank you.
I do have another expense that I'm curious about. The cost for 2 tents, 8 tables, and 64 chairs is almost $5,000.
Correct. That's using the same also um vendor that we had used in the past, Noble Party Rentals. I did look for others quotes, but that is the lowest ones, and they're actually giving us a discount.
Is this a Maynard? Is this a Maynard company?
Pflugerville, right? If I'm not mistaken. And also is the one of the only ones that have enough tents that can actually support us during the event. As you know, May is a festival time, and a lot of people rent.
2 tents? Jesus.
How big are the tents?
Yeah, how big are the tents? And there's only 2 of them. And there's a Maynard guy that rents chairs that I got for my grandson's birthday party. They were like $1 a chair, and he delivered them and picked them up.
How big are the tents? Do we know?
Sorry?
How big are the tents?
We have 30 by 60. Then we have 3 that are 30 by 30. Those are the same. The 30 by 30 is the same size as you guys saw at the Easter event. The 30 by 60 is double that size, which it would be the city tent that we were going to put all the city items under that tent. That's why it has to be that big. And there's not here, but Keep Manor Beautiful is donating a tent, and it's costing about $2,000. And that's just tent and chairs.
Do we try to maybe talk to some of our school partners about chairs and tables?
No,
No, we didn't.
we did not.
Okay. Councilmember.
Unless there's special tables, the Lions Club will rent you some tables for cheaper than that. We have a lot. We have a lot of tables and chairs. Well, we have tables.
So, councilmembers, we got a choice. We can have a motion for the current. We can have a modified motion with the limit, or we can give staff direction to come back with another agenda item for a different funding source. So I'll let you all give me one of the 3.
Mayor, can you repeat the options again?
Go with the language in the documents. And the second option is modify the language in the document and to give a cap of expenditure from hot funds. And the third option is to give staff direction to utilize, to come back with another agenda item using a different fund source.
Okay, my question would be if we have you guys come back with a different funding source, May 1st is awfully close to the event date. How does that hinder what you need to get done?
I think the goal would still be to, secure the act, secure what we need, and then be able to come back in June to show, hey, what the actual overall expenses are. Because if there is a cap, we still want to come back in June to make sure that is the intent is to be able to be transparent with, if anybody has a question where you spent the money, we have a budget, we have actual expenditures, and then whatever source we use, then we'll be able to close out that event's report with total expenses, total revenue, and then the allotment to help hopefully have a zero balance with that event rather than having a negative.
Okay.
You can always always go back in journal entry too. You can use general fund dollars to do what you need to do.
Yes, sir.
And then in May 1st, come back in journal entry back to a specific funding source.
Okay, Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to come back before us on May 1st, 2024. How do I word that? With additional funding sources.
Motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Hill. Any questions to the motion? Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to also let us know in between that time, since we haven't had like our council budget meeting, so that we'll be updated on what's in the hot fund, what we have set aside?
Can you email that out to us?
Yes, sir. We can email you the balance.
Any other questions, comments? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. Consideration, discussion, possible action on a resolution authorizing the professional services agreement between the City of Manor and Grant Development Services to submit an application to Texas Park and Wildlife Department, TPWD grant. Is this the 750 you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I am currently under contract with you to do the master plan. The next step when the master plan is done is to submit the grant for the money. And this is that contract.
Can you please repeat what you said so it can get?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harvey asked me if that was the $750,000 grant, and I said, yes, that is. It is a 50-50 grant, 50% state, 50% local, and that is the grant that we intend, that I understand you wish to apply for, and this is a contract for me to do that.
Questions, comments, council members?
Mayor, Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2024-11, authorizing the city manager to execute the professional services agreement with Grant Development Services in an amount not to exceed $10,000.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a question? Yeah, is there a second? Sorry.
I second.
Second, second by Mayor Pro Tem Hill. Any questions to the motion? Yes, ma'am.
Whoops.
I don't believe City Legal has reviewed the contract, so if you could just add City Legal's review, we'd appreciate that.
I'd like to amend my motion to add with City Legal review.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I second.
Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you
sir.
very much, council. I look forward to bringing you a successful project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
13, first reading. Consideration, discussion, possible action on an ordinance annexing 1.273 acres of more or less being located in Travis County, Texas, including abutting streets, roadways, right-of-ways, into the corporate limits of the city at the request of the property owner. Approving agreement for the provision of services for the annexed area, making findings of fact, providing for severability clause, and an effective date, and providing for open meeting and other related matters. Yes, sir.
Yes. So again, this is the 1.2 acre tract right at the intersection of 290 and 1100. That is also concurrently filed with the C2 zoning case and the gas station specific use permit. We are recommending approval. Second reading will come at your second meeting in May, should you choose to approve it. Just given the timing for the specific use permit, because with the Planning Commission not making a recommendation on that, it prevents you all from making a recommendation. Obviously, you can still have discussion on that item. But they're all stayed together. The applicant would like it all together. They wouldn't want the property annexed and zoned and have the specific use permit come later. So just laying out the timeline for y'all. That second reading will come your second meeting in May.
Questions, comments? Motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first reading for an ordinance annexing 1.273 acres, more or less being located in Travis County, Texas, and adjacent and contiguous to the city limits, providing for an open meeting and other related matters.
A motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 5-1. Number 14, consideration, first reading, consideration, discussion, and possible action on ordinance rezoning 2 lots on 12.67 acres more or less, and being located at 13105 FM 1100 Manor, Texas, from agriculture A to medium commercial C2.
It's this zoning case encompasses the property that you just approved for annexation, as well as the remainder of the property. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan, being commercial corridor on 290. We are recommending approval, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval, but it was a 4-2.
Comments, questions, motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first reading of an ordinance rezoning 2 lots on 12.627 acres, more or less, and being located at 13105 FM 1100 Manor, Texas, from agricultural A to medium commercial C2.
Motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilwoman Mesqua. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Number 15. Consideration, discussion, possible action on the specific permit use for one lot on 1.273 acres, more or less, being located at 13105 1100 FM 1100 Manor, Texas, to allow for a 40,020 square foot general retail Mexican market building, 6 MPDs and 3 diesel MPDs, and associated parking and bond aisles.
Yes, so the Planning Commission did recommend denial, 5-1. The one vote from Commissioner Neela, he expressed that having a variety of fueling and charging options would help any visitor to the city and also help with the tax base. But obviously, the 5 other commissioners didn't think a gas station was appropriate, even with recommended modifications. I apologize, they recommended 5-1 to postpone. Sorry. There was discussion on that. I apologize. So they did postpone. So the action tonight would be to recommend to postpone, but you can discuss, and you can also provide feedback for the applicant. They can modify the plan to your recommendations, and bring something else back to you through this process. But they did modify it between Planning Commission, with the Planning Commission recommendations of moving the fuel pumps to the side, having the EV parking, prohibiting overnight truck parking, and then speaking with TxDOT to get an understanding of the traffic improvements. They did retain the diesel pumps, and there was some modification to the number of fuel pumps, which you can also change back to the 6, or under our code, gas stations on 290 are permitted up to 10. So they're still below what's the general conditions or the guidelines for gas stations on US 290. but and you have discretion over quite a bit of the site layout and
So
how
they-
the property is used.
So they postponed so the applicant could provide a TIA.
Mhm.
And they provided a TIA.
They spoke with TxDOT and they engaged a traffic company to do the TIA because TxDOT said the TIA would be required, but TxDOT gave them guidance on what would be likely the result of that TIA, which is pretty standard. You can see it a lot, where it's a deceleration lane. There usually aren't substantial improvements. It's just safety improvements usually come out of TIAs.
So in theory, they made effort to get answers. And what we have to decide is if we want to make a decision tonight on the product presented or postpone.
So since Planning Commission didn't provide a recommendation, you would have to postpone. Planning Commission has to deny it for you to also do that, or make a final decision. So really all you could do was postpone tonight without that P&Z recommendation. But you can discuss the item, discuss modifications to what's been changed already. You can.
I'd rather just bring that back and do that. Since we have to postpone, just bring it back and discuss that when we can actually make a call.
When do we have to postpone it to?
So since they've worked with TxDOT, we were going to put it on next month's Planning Commission. So it would be May 15th is the following item after the May 8th Planning Commission, and that would also be when the annexation and zoning second readings would come back before you all.
We get a motion to postpone.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to make a motion that we postpone item number 15 to May 15th, City Council meeting.
That motion for by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Hill. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. 16, consideration, discussion, and possible action on the ordinance rezoning one lot on 0.23 acres more lots being lot 6A, block 1, town of Manor, and being located at 707 Bastrop Street, Manor, Texas, from single-family suburban SF-1 to two-family residential TF.
Sure. So this is the property owner that would like to slightly increase the density of their lot to include one additional dwelling unit. It is in accordance with provisions of the comp plan for infill projects and density and different housing typologies and more housing near mixed uses and transit. So staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission did recommend denial, so it would take a supermajority of the council to approve it. It is with the current entitlements on the property, the property owner can construct one single family unit that is the same size as this two family one. Like they're maxed out at 40% of their lot with a single family home. And so if the idea of the massing and the layout is what is causing issues, which it's what was the vision for Planning Commission. They just thought it was inappropriate. Again, the property owner can build this. I mean, if they take out the kitchen in the back unit, it's no longer considered a dwelling unit. It would be a single family home. So it's really still feasible for the property owner in their current entitlements to have a structure that is this mass, like this width, this length, and everything. But with the zoning, it does allow for an actual another dwelling unit, another family to live there.
Questions, comments, motion? There's a back door to Riata's land, that back part of the lot.
Yes, the back of the lot is adjacent to the Riata property. and the portion where the home is in line with the other homes there on Bastrop. So they all front and face Bastrop. And the other lots there on West Lane, which this property used to be a part of, like if they were to construct houses on West Lane, their backyards wouldn't necessarily be right behind this house. Like there's a house, but it faces that way, the existing one, and the new ones on those other 3 lots wouldn't have a house like directly behind them that was facing the wrong way. Because this 2-family house is proposed to only take up half of the property.
Scott, for clarification, you're saying that because it's still one structure, then the minimum standard is still the 1,500. So it's okay for like the living space in order for
Yes. So a single family home, the minimum dwelling unit size is 1,500. For a 2-family, it drops to 1,000. So one of her units, in making it smaller, she dropped it to just below 1,000. So we'll have to work with her. I think it was about 24 square feet below 1,000, which is, she had say like 2 inches on the back of the house. It would probably bring it to the minimum it needed to be. But 2-family does provide smaller dwelling units, which is again where theoretically the affordability would come in because they're smaller dwelling units. But again, they are market rate.
And the way that her renderings, I don't know what to call it, is her there's not really a backyard, or is that the picture where there's a guy standing in the back side? Is that considered their front, and then the other side's front? Since it's kind of like the front doors are on the short end.
Yeah, so there'd be one of the units would face Bastrop, and the other would be essentially like a back unit that was connected. And they haven't submitted actual building permits yet, so I don't know if they're going to fence it in a way that says like, okay, this is one unit's yard and this is another unit's yard, or it's a shared yard, how they want to handle it. Or maybe the front unit doesn't really have that property maintenance, and that's what that future tenant or owner is looking for, and the back unit gets the rest of the property, and that's the type of space they're looking for. But they haven't submitted, so it's just determining if the use is appropriate, having 2 units on the property instead of 1.
Is a yard required in our standards for a dwelling?
Yes and no. I mean, we have minimum lot standards and maximum impervious cover. So in regards, it says you have to leave this much open. So, but then that space doesn't necessarily need to be grass. It could be xeriscaped, as was discussed earlier, or
Questions, comments, or motion?
Okay, I have one more. So, from what you were showing before on the picture where it would be located, and there were, I think Mayor Pro Tem was saying that there was also a structure that was already there, but it wasn't related to this. Is this considered more of the high density living spaces, and that's why it's kind of falls in line with our comprehensive plan?
I mean, it's one additional dwelling unit, so it's slightly higher density in the scale of density. It's not much density, but yes, it does add a little bit, and it's more promoting infill and use of these vacant properties, which does help with the city's tax base right now. This property is not really contributing anything. With a structure on the property, it will help to have a little bit of tax base to support, Bastrop Street, which is just being repaved, and the utilities that are in front of the street that we're having to maintain and all that. And the property, when we approved the plat, it was approved to make it a developable lot, because beforehand it wasn't, and we really can't prohibit development on every property, but through the platting it was approved so development could occur on the property.
All right, do a reminder to council. We call for motion and we don't get motion. We move on, right? It dies if we don't get a motion.
There would need to be a motion. It is requiring a supermajority. If someone stays silent, that is considered a no.
Okay, but if we don't get a motion,
There would need to be a motion to deny.
okay.
Silence is consent to whatever motion is made.
Okay. Need a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the first reading of ordinance rezoning one lot on 0.23 acres more or less, being lot 6A, block 1, town of Manor, and being located at 707 Bastrop Street, Manor, Texas, from single family suburban SF1 to two family residential DF.
Motion on floor by Councilwoman Massport. Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Weir. Is there questions to the motion?
I'm sorry, one last question.
Mhm.
Did you get any feedback from any of the residents?
No, ma'am.
Questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 4-3. Oh,
Needed 5.
Need 5, yeah. All right, motion doesn't pass. Moving right on. All right. 17, second final reading, consideration, discussion, possible action on a special use permit for medical offices and Manor Crossing, lot 15,000 square feet, medical office and or medical clinic, tenant space on one lot of 18.1 acres more or less, and being located at the intersection of Sheldon Lane Boulevard and US Highway 290, Manor, Texas.
So this one, at the last council meeting, it was approved for 7,500 square feet, and so this would be the second reading. We can't change the caption, so it says 15,000, but the approval is for 7,500 square feet of the medical and office uses within the Manor Crossing Shopping Center.
Questions, comments, council? Motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the second and final reading of a specific use permit for medical offices in Manor Crossing, allowing 7,500 square feet of medical office and or medical clinic tenant space, one lot on 18.1 acres more or less, and being located at the intersection of Shadow Glen Boulevard and US Highway 290, Manor, Texas.
Motion on floor by Councilwoman Massport. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Hill. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion?
Was there a reason why planning and zoning reduced but increased to 10,000? It's they recommended approval for reduced to 10,000.
Yes.
What was
The
that?
applicant had requested 15, which represents 10% of the shopping center, and the planning commission, they did want to see more retail restaurant uses, so they dropped it to 10,000. And then at the last council meeting, there was discussion about the sales tax and 380 agreement, which is more of council's purview. And so then the recommendation was to reduce it a little further to 7,500.
No other questions? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. All right, moving on to number 18. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on ordinance providing for an insurance issuance of City of Manor, Texas general obligation bonds in one or more series that being taxed and payment thereof, approving an official statement approving the execution of the purchase contract and enacting other provisions relating thereto. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. Moore. This morning we went out for pricing on the 15 million City of Manor general obligation bonds. These are for economic development, so they're taxable bonds. They are not tax exempt because you're using it for public-private partnerships. This will also allow you to reimburse the general fund for the funds that were spent to purchase the land, the part of the CASA property. So we'll also be doing that with these funds. We had a pricing call, marketing call yesterday, and we actually did better today, as everybody knows, with everything going on in the Middle East, the economy. The Fed chairman came out this week and said we're not likely to drop rates. You know, they started at saying they were going to drop them 6 times in a year, then it went to 3. Now it's maybe 1. So the rates were higher yesterday. Fortunately, this morning they dropped a little bit, and we had 2 or 3 times oversubscribed in most of the maturities. So we repriced down to a lower interest rate. So this is going to be higher than what you saw on your bonds, the certificates of obligation in November, because these are taxable and those were tax exempt. So today the rate came in at a 5.49%, the true interest cost, and in comparison, the bonds that we sold in November were at a 3.89. So we do recommend the purchasers of the bonds were, there's a fund that sells to professional retail type customers. So they were in for a large block of bonds. There were several banks that were in, which I found interesting because these were taxable paper, but it's a higher interest rate, and several other funds. So we had good interest on the bonds today.
Thank you much. Questions, comments? Questions, comments, or a motion?
Mayor, council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance number 738, providing for the issuance of the City of Manor, Texas general obligation bond in one or more series, levying a tax in payment thereof, providing an official statement, approving the execution of a purchase contract, and enacting other provisions relating thereto.
Got a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
19, consideration, discussion, possible action on the resolution of the City of Manor, Texas, determining the cost of certain authorized improvements to be financed by the Manor Heights Public Improvement District, approving a preliminary amended and restated service and assessment plan, including the proposed assessment roll, calling for notice of a public hearing for May 1st, 2024 to consider an ordinance levy assessments on property located within improvement area number 4, of the Manor Heights Public Improvement District, directing and filing the filing of proposed assessment roll with the city secretary to make said proposed assessment roll available for public inspection, directing city staff to publish and mail notice of said public hearing, and resolving the matters related to the foregoing. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, council members, I am not Scott Dunlop, but I am here, Veronica Rivera, Assistant City Attorney. I am here to introduce our bond counsel, Gregory Miller, who will provide you additional information if you would like. And also we have our PID advisor, we have Rob Hayslip to answer any questions as well. So I'll turn it over to Gregory, and if you have any questions.
All right, come on up, sir. Good
Good
evening.
evening, Mayor, council members. It's good to be here in Manor. This item is accomplishing several things in connection with the Manor Heights Improvement Area Number 4 Public Improvement District. And we've been here on several occasions on different aspects of this district. This is the latest improvement area to be developed. A lot of what you're voting on tonight is required by statute. Essentially, we're required to set a hearing to consider the levy of assessments. So this action is accepting an assessment roll, which will state, how much of a levy will be placed against each parcel, and those levies will be used to pay for bonds issued to pay for the improvements in the district. The other aspect of this is setting a hearing to actually consider the approval of those assessments. That hearing is going to occur on May 1st, at which date the City Council will consider approving the assessments and also issuing bonds for the project at the same time. You'll notice that this also calls for publication in the newspaper of the hearing and the levy of assessments, and also mailing of notice to the property owners. The statute requires at least 10 days notice in the paper and 10 days notice to the property owners by mail. So that is the essence of what you're being asked to consider tonight. I'm here to address any questions regarding that.
Questions, comments, council members?
And you'll see, if you do approve this, you'll see the notice published in the Friday's newspaper.
Questions, comments, or a motion?
Mayor, council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2024-09 of the City of Manor, Texas, determining the cost of certain authorized improvements to be financed by the Manor Heights Public Improvement District, approving a preliminary amended and restated service and assessment plan, including the proposed assessment roll, calling for notice of public hearing for May 1st, 2024, to consider an ordinance levying assessments on property located within improvement area number 4 of the Manor Heights PID, directing the filing of the proposed assessment roll with the city secretary to make said proposed assessment roll available for public inspection, directing city staff to publish and mail notice of said public hearing, and resolving other matters related to the foregoing.
Motion on the floor by Councilmember Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Member Hill. Questions to the motion? Questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Moving right along. There we go. Consideration possible action on a resolution. City of Manor. There we go. City of Manor, Texas, approving the form and authorization of distribution of preliminary limited offering memorandum of the City of Manor, Texas Special Assessment Revenue Bond Series 2024 Manor Heights Public Improvement District Improvement Area Number 4 project.
And so this is the follow-up item to the one that we just had. As noted, May 1st will be the date that you consider issuance of the PID bonds for Improvement Area 4. The preliminary limited offering memorandum is for lack of a better term, the marketing documents for the bonds. So that's the document that's going to go out to the potential purchasers of the bonds. It describes the financial health of the city, population, basic demographic information, and it also describes in detail the project and the finances for the project. This is your approving the use of that to market the bonds. When you do finally consider the bonds, if you approve those, you're going to make this final and authorize that to be used for the final marketing of the bonds. But essentially, this document is the financial information and description of the city. And we are also joined tonight with Robert Rivera from FMS Bonds. They're the underwriters. So I don't know if you'll have questions for him as well. But they're the ones that are going to use this to go sell the bonds in the market.
Okay, council. Questions, comments, or motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve of resolution number 2024-10 of the City of Maynard, Texas, approving, authorizing the distribution of a preliminary limited offering memorandum for the City of Maynard, Texas Special Assessment Revenue Bonds, Series 2024, Maynard Heights Public Improvement District, Improvement Area Number 4 project.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman West Whiting. Questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving right along to item number 21, Charlotte Glen Development. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on a declaration of a public water quality easement for Charlotte Glen Development. Yes, sir.
Sure. So this is an easement that's required by the county. So with the residential portion of Charlotte Glen being within our ETJ, they file their plats with Travis County. Travis County has certain environmental regulations, one of which is these water quality easements. And part of the Charlotte Glen Development Agreement that has been around for about 20 plus years permits them to have drainage and these easements on the city's property on that 200 acres there. And it's a very small easement. Most of it is actually within the development. It sort of overlaps onto the city's property. We've approved these easements before. There's nothing necessarily atypical about it. So we're recommending approval.
Motion on the floor.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve a declaration of public water quality easement for the Charlotte Glen development.
Motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on selection and award of the mixed-use sports entertainment development feasibility study.
Oh, sorry, did you skip 22?
Oh, 22. Sorry about that. Consideration, discussion, and possible action on license agreements for the City of Refuge Church of God in Christ for construction, improvement, installation, maintenance, access, and use of driveway located on certain real property in Carriage Hill, Section 1, subdivision.
So this property is located in between Bell Farms and Carriage Hills. So it's directly adjacent to Bell Farms over there by Casting and Old 20. It's a 1 acre lot. It's narrow and long, so it does have some development challenges. And part of the plat was recently approved by the planning commission, and they have a site plan in to develop it as I think about a 4,000 square foot, 4,000 square foot religious assembly. And the city owns a sliver of land in between these two properties, and it's a 6 acre tract that's open space drainage parkland. The playground for Carriage Hills is located on it, but primarily that's the drainage. And the city in the past has used that sliver for access to get in between, to get back there if they needed to, because the access from Ring Road is where the bridge is. And so the church, to make their development more feasible, they needed a fire lane, the minimum 26-foot width fire lane. They're providing 30, but which is more typical actually. But so a portion of that fire lane and their main access, would be on the city's property. And through this license and maintenance agreement, it would permit them to put that drive aisle on the city's property, and they would maintain it. They do have insurance, they got it as part of this process. It'll help with the city's access as well. Like it's an open part of the license agreement is the access, so it is publicly accessible. So we can use it and have an actual like paved surface to get back for a little bit of the way to get back into our property. And if the city so choose, we could extend that in the future. Part of their plat was a joint use access easement that went the entire length of their property. So we could extend it and potentially utilize that portion of the joint use access easement to have a 30-foot drive that goes to the back if there was any future development that wanted to be in that area that's sort of outside of the drainage and behind those homes. So staff is recommending approval. If you have any questions, I can answer those.
Has this been done before in the past? Is there precedent for this?
Yes, we've done license agreements before, not necessarily like this exact type. We've done them for like landscaping. What else have we done them for? I've done them.
Councilmember, we have done license agreements before, and in this particular case, instead of having an easement, because most people ask for a joint access easement, the reason that we wouldn't do that is because they would actually have to purchase it because it's real property, and so that's why we use the instrument used in this case as a license agreement instead, and that helps with requiring them also to have insurance for maintaining it, and because they were also going to maintain it, which again, maintaining can be included in an easement, but it's in particular it's for insurance purposes. Mm-hmm.
Other questions, comments, motion?
Is there an expiration date to the licensing agreement?
No.
Maybe.
We could terminate it.
The license agreement can be terminated, or again, it will terminate when we can't make it perpetual, but it can terminate when it's no longer used.
All right. More questions or motion?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the licensing agreement for the City of Refuge Church of God in Christ for the construction, improvement, installation, maintenance, access, and use of a driveway located on certain real property in the Carriage Hills Section 1 subdivision.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Questions to the motion? Being none, I'll go ahead.
I was just going to ask if in the licensing agreement, does that mean that the city would be held liable for anything that happens on it? Like any accidents or?
No, ma'am. City will not be held liable.
Is there any repercussions if they fail to maintain it?
Yes. The city would then, if the city maintains, then you would bill them for the costs of maintaining. And again, that's also grounds for termination.
All right. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Now, moving to number 23. Consider discussion of possible action on the selection of an award for the mixed-use sports entertainment development feasibility study services for the 236-acre Manor East Development #1 property.
Mayor Council, this item is before you to initiate the process for the feasibility study for the 2036 acres. Mr. Jones was able to secure, I think, 9 proposals. And from those proposals, we had a variety of experience from different vendors. And through the selection process, we've identified at least 3, but the top one is less than the 546,000, I'm sorry. And the request from us to you is give us direction to negotiate with the vendor that came out on top in the scoring. And if we can't reach a negotiation, we go to the next vendor. But we feel comfortable with the one that we're going to select. We'll agree to the terms, and we can bring that back and give you the timeline which they would proceed with this feasibility study for the property.
Will you bring the name back before y'all sign?
Yes, sir. We want to negotiate it, and if once we negotiate it, we'll be able to let the council know.
Questions, comments?
In the selection committee, there's no one from council that represents on the selection committee.
It was just Scott Dunlap and Scott Jones and myself.
Other questions, comments, or concerns? As a reminder, this is just to find the company that's going to do the feasibility study, so it's not someone, it's not the selection of what's going to be on the property.
No, sir.
Have we used these people before?
This will be the first time the city's something this extensive to be done. A lot of them work in the area, and so we're just we're looking at the P3. So if we're going to use a multi-use facility, you want to make sure we can look at the highest and best use, and then these companies will be able to present that to us through the study and let us know what the highest and best use is, and then we'll be able to get that phase done. And then once we get that done, we'll come back and ask for more support and direction from the council to proceed with that final determination what could be done on the property.
You said they have done work in the area before.
But the different vendors, I mean, some worked in Cedar Park in the facility out at Cedar Park. They've done the different mixed uses. And so we just want to make sure, as we look at our uses and that land that's available to be developed, we can pull from that. And if we have to set up tours or visits, once they look at final selection, probably for us to consider, we can go to another community, see what they've done, to kind of see what their feasibility has been able to do for that community. We give the city council an opportunity to go and see that and see if that's something that would make sense for us if we want to pursue that route.
Okay. That was my concern. Like you were saying, sometimes people are from so far away that they're not familiar with our unique community and will bring something that's not for us. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's whoever, when y'all are narrowing down, I think it needs to have the references that show that they can do something big here. They can go to a small space and do something that's meaningful for the community, versus someone that comes in and can't see the vision or only sees Manor as 1985 Manor, and can't see anything big. Like that happens a lot. I mean, when we talk about people that build hotels, they build small. Even our lovely Walmart, they didn't do a oil change spot because they thought, oh, it's just Manor. And so whoever is going to do something, they can see what we can be. They have experience doing that, versus categorizing us based off of some other project they saw. So it goes to get the maximum return on investment.
Right.
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that City Council authorize the city manager to select and award the mixed-use sports entertainment development feasibility study services for the 236 acre East Maynard Development Number 1 property to a consultant from the list of responding firms based on his and the selections committee's input and scoring of the request for proposals in an amount not to exceed $546,000, and to negotiate and execute a final service contract with the consultant selected.
A motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Just a point of clarity. So the language says you don't have to come back to us. It said, because it says execute a final contract. So I just want to make sure that I want to make sure council's aware of what your motion does. It doesn't say come back with the final, and I don't know if there's an intention with the language, if you need to be able to do that or not.
I would say, for the simple fact that we're going to do something this significant, I would say if we get it negotiated, we can come back and give you a report, and then be able to hopefully have the vendor present to speak on timelines and things that you can ask specific questions. Because if you're looking at doing something unique in Maynard, we want to make sure what could be out there for us to be unique and special, and then that way you can be very specific in making sure we just don't get something for small Maynard. We look at something that could be a major.
Okay. So what are you saying is that you do want to select the person and then bring that person to present.
Yes, so that would be, I know Mr. Jones is not here, but we've talked that something that's significant, because really once you see it, you would really want to make sure, because you went to the P3 conference, there was so many things that's out there, but you want to make sure we can, say what's missing in the region that could be a draw for the region. And then we look at, again, that whole process and their experience to be able to bring that to us, and then make sure we get comfortable with whatever's going to be done and input from the community, that, it's a vendor that has a track record to be able to do such a task that we're asking.
Mayor, council members, you can amend the motion that was just made and just state that it's to negotiate a final service contract that will be brought back to City Council.
Okay, I'd like to amend my motion. That is to negotiate and a final contract to be presented back to council.
Well, amendment to the motion.
I agree.
And second by Councilwoman Wallace. So my question was, my question is, do you need to be able to execute it because of timeline or process that you're trying to work with? That's what I'm asking.
I think we'll be okay with timeline. I mean, it's nothing like we need to have something done by September, October.
Okay.
We just want to make sure we get the process started, because most of the schedules, we had one that had 8 months. You had some as low as 12 weeks. But we want to make sure whatever's built throughout our budget process is something that we can anticipate if we need to set aside any funding in next year's budget to execute.
Okay. Questions, comments? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Let's see. 24. Service and discussion and possible action on resolution finding public convenience and necessity and authorization use of eminent domain to condemn, if necessary, 10,540 square foot waterline easement and 10,500 square foot temporary construction easement, both as described in the resolution Exhibit A attached to the resolution from the certain 10-acre tract conveyed to Plata Holdings LLC and recorded at document number 202121960 of the official public records of Travis County, Texas, for the public use and purpose of construction of, I'm assuming that's of, because it just says F, a water line.
Yes, that was a typo.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Mayor, council members, this is again being brought to you by the outside attorney that you have for condemnation. Condemnation counsel Kent Sick. City has been working with this property owner. This is the last easement needed in order to complete this project or construct this project. And it's from the information that we received from Kent Sick, they just have been unable to reach an agreement for the purchase of this easement. So they are asking City Council to go ahead and approve this resolution so that condemnation proceedings take place if necessary. And again, if you so choose to make a motion, please read the motion that's provided in quotes as stated.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions, comments on the motion?
Mayor Council, I move that the City of Manor authorize the use of the power of eminent domain to acquire both a permanent water line easement of 10,540 square feet and a temporary construction easement of 10,500 square feet from property owned by Plata Holdings, LLC, and described in agenda item number 24 for the public use of constructing and operating public water lines and infrastructure improvements.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilmember Rhino. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Weir. Any questions to the motion? Question to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Consideration, discussion, possible action on a resolution submitting a list of city projects for future community project funding.
Mayor Council, this item is before you, similar to the one we submitted last year to Congressman Kassar's office. We've identified some projects that probably would qualify. And so working with GBA, the engineers, and the projects we submitted last year, we're going to take another run at submitting a good project. On April 2nd, we did receive $150,000 from a project we submitted last year. Knowing that we may have to adjust some of our requests, instead of asking for the whole amount, we can have a project amount, but I feel if we submit an amount that would be kind of at the, let's say, sweet spot of a request, we may get some consideration. I know the request would be high again this year, but the projects that we're doing will help expand infrastructure to help development east of the city, west of the city, north of 290, south of 290. And one of the things we talked about with Congressman Kassar is when he was here on April 2nd is if we worked with Congressman McCall's office, would a project for both districts be advantageous? And they said yes, and a lot of it's the study in 290 corridor feasibility. So that might be a project that we would like to submit as consideration as well with the other water and sewer infrastructure projects that we'd like to submit this year.
Question, comments?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that City Council approve resolution number 2024-13, authorizing Mayor Harvey to submit the city's letter of support to Congressman Greg Kassar, seeking financial support for the city's community project funding priorities.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilwoman Wallace. Any questions to the motion? I'll just add that we had opportunity to attend a conference in South Austin. I got a chance to go there and meet with the HUD people from DC, and they were very interested in learning about our housing challenges and needs, and the idea of providing the PFC and those kinds of things. And so, if that's, I know it's one of the opportunities in the resolution that's listed. So we can make sure you all get in contact with them.
Yes, sir. We can do that.
Folks. All right. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. All right. Let me go back to City Council will now convene into executive sessions pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551.074 Personnel Matters to discuss duties of the city manager, Section 551.071 and 551.087 Texas Government Code, and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding charges and PID. Section 551.07 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct consult with legal counsel regarding Charlotte Glenn PUD. Section 551.071 and 551.072 Texas Government Code and Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel and to deliberate the real purchase of property. Last, Section 551.071 Texas Government Code, Section 1.05 Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct to consult with legal counsel regarding legislation related to daycares. And we'll start off with personnel matter, city manager. City Council will now reconvene to open session pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 551 Texas Government Code and take action, if any, on items discussed during executive closed session. Let's see, do we have a motion on the floor?
Mayor, council, I'd like to make a motion to authorize negotiation of deposit agreement and execute by city manager or mayor, and bring back to city council for a ratification on May 1st, regular city council meeting.
Well, motion on the floor by Councilman Moreno. Is there a second?
I second. Oh,
A second by Councilwoman Mespar. Any questions to the motion? Questions to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. 26, consideration, discussion, possible action on the resolution of the City of Manor, Texas, approving an authorization, the execution of the Entrada Glen Public Improvement District reimbursement agreement. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, council members, Veronica Rivera, Assistant City Attorney. The reimbursement agreement that we are bringing forth to you is in order to go ahead and accept some improvements that the developer has already put in the ground so that they can continue to be authorized improvements and be reimbursed from the PID. The reimbursement agreement, even though we are seeking approval today, includes a section in there that would not tie the city to have to make any type of payment. It's strictly when assessments are levied and bonds are issued. And if you choose to approve, which is what city staff is recommending, I do ask that a correction be made in the motion, or when you make a motion, that it is for the entire PID and not just improvement area 1. So the reimbursement agreement, at first, when it was first being negotiated, if you recall, it came to you and then it was postponed. We had first stated that it was going to only cover improvement area 1. As the negotiations continued, we determined that it would cover the entire PID. So the motion is for, or the recommendation is to cover the entire PID and not just improvement area 1.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions, comments, council members?
And we do have the developer and their legal counsel here if you have any questions or would like any additional information.
Either you want to say anything?
I'm okay if you're okay. It's late enough.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would say just a small note in the agreement and items. We actually have a process coming up. And what
It'll be a policy.
A policy, which is it next month or June?
We're trying to bring it to you either the second meeting in May.
Okay. So we have a policy coming up in May that's going to deal more so with how we deal with naming of streets and properties and different things. And so I just want to make sure we're on the same page about naming parks and lakes and stuff like that, we want to reserve that for council after we do our policy. Because I know that there's a name that's already attached in there. We want to kind of keep that null and get our policy in place on how we're going to name and honor people for the city. Is anybody any objection to that or issue to that?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, howdy, council members, Mr. Manager, Danny Burnett, Development Coordinator for Dwyer Realty Companies. My only concern is that some of the names that we go through are tied to our processing through the 911 Addressing Services Department. So
I'm not talking about the streets. I'm more about those enhancements,
like parks or
Yes, sir.
a lake or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Roger that. Okay. I don't think that we have an overall objection. We also try to pay homage to some of the original heritage and landowners as well. But we'd be interested to hear, I guess, what council has to say as well.
Okay. Our biggest thing was there's a lot of folks that have important history, and before we just select one,
Sure.
we want to make sure we have a process.
Fair enough.
And that we do it the right way.
We're good with that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, Councilmember?
Mayor Council, I'd like to make a motion that we approve resolution number 2024-03 for the city of Manor, Texas, approving and authorizing the Manor and Trolley Glen Public Improvement District PID reimbursement agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Wallace. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Any questions to the motion? All right. Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 27. Consideration, discussion, possible action on ordinance of the city of Manor, Texas, establishing an exemption from ad valorem taxes for qualifying child care facility properties, providing a severability clause, providing savings effective date, and open meeting clauses, and providing for related matters. I think we talked about several options, and I'll take a motion on it.
Mayor, Council, I would like to make a motion that we postpone this item indefinitely indefinitely.
We have a motion on the floor by Councilwoman Dajil. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Councilman Moreno. Any questions to the motion? Question to the motion? Being none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. This meeting's adjourned at 11:43 p.m.